Good evening, everyone. It's November 12th, 2024, our regular meeting for the Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board. And it is 5:03. Ms. Barnes, roll call.
President Kaminsky,
Present.
Vice President Kelly,
Present.
Clerk Wood,
Here.
Trustee Cooper,
Present.
Trustee Napier,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney, absent, Superintendent Larson Everson,
Present.
and I'm Deanna Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. For tonight's flag salute and moment of silent reflection, it'll be led by Heather Ringel, our Special Education Department Program Specialist. Mrs. Ringel.
Ready? Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ringel. Approval of the agenda. We have a couple things that are going to be pulled from the agenda. First is item 11, interim superintendent contract. Due to some technology issues, while the candidate has accepted our offer, his contract he hasn't been able to look at his contract as of now. So that'll be tabled to the December 17th meeting, as it has to be done at a regular meeting. And then item 23.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, one case, OAH case number 20240807707. That is being removed as well, as our legal counsel has not come to an agreement yet with the other party. So I need a motion to accept the agenda with those two items removed.
I motion. Kelly, a second.
This motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly to accept to approve the agenda as stated with those two items, number 23.1 and 11, removed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Recognition of Capturing Kids' Hearts student greeters. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. I'd like to introduce you to this evening's official Capturing Kids' Hearts greeters, who are all fifth graders from Golden Hills Elementary. See them seated up here. And I'm going to ask Kane, Joelle, and Kinsley to come up here right next to the podium. Let me show you. We're just going to brag about you for a minute. So as I said, Kane, Joelle, and Kinsley, they're all fifth graders at Golden Hills Elementary. And as you may have noticed when you were coming in this evening, these energetic students have joined us to help model and highlight our Capturing Kids' Hearts program. They truly did a wonderful job, especially with the eye contact and the handshaking. They demonstrated skills which we highly value and will serve them well throughout their life, including self-assurance, polish, diplomacy, as well as tactfulness and warmth. All the qualities here that we're trying to promote, and we're happy to see them here this evening. They always make the boardroom just a little bit brighter to have students present. So at this time, I would like to invite the board to come on up and meet our greeters and shake hands and thank them. We'll take a photo, and then we'll present them with their gift. giving bunny ears from in the back row. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Great job. Let's give them a hand. Very good job. There you go. Thank you very much for being here.
No.
Thank you, students, and also your parents for coming out tonight. Item 4, public comments on closed session. Public comments will be allowed on closed session items specifically. Do we have any public comments for closed session? Seeing none, we are going to item 5, closed session. Number 1, hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Section 48917 and 48918. Student case number 2024-2025, number 1. Number 2, hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Sections 48917 and 48918. Student case number 2024-2025, number 5. Number 3, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, agency designated representative Stacy Larson Everson, Superintendent, and Candace Bedoyan, DWK Legal Counsel, employee organizations, Tehachapi Association of Teachers, and California School Employees Association, and its chapter number 466. And number 4, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, Board President Paul Kaminsky, unrepresented position, Superintendent. And at that, we are going into closed session at 5:12. Well, remember when my case manager was? And so,
If she's 70 pounds or over, it's an additional charge. Yeah, she was 68. And they had that she has a big cone, and so she just.
I didn't propose, I didn't go to that either, but you know what? It's circling up. That's circling up. No, it's not. So Poland,
Cheez-Its, fruit roll-ups, and something that says Scooby-Doo.
It is now 7:14 and we're returning from closed session. And report of action taken in closed session on item 1, hearing to consider expulsion of pupil education code sections 48917 and 48918, student case number 2024-2025, number 1. The board is voting. The motion was made by Trustee Kelly, seconded by Trustee Kaminsky, that for education code sections, as mentioned, the board suspends the expulsion for the period November 12th, 2024 through September 2nd, 2025, and it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood. Aye. Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
No.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 4-1. Item 2. This is the hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil education code sections 48917 and 48918, student case 2024-2025, number 5, has the decision is to expel the student, and it was a motion by Trustee Kelly and seconded by Trustee Napier. Roll call vote, please.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood. Aye. Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. And numbers 3 and 4, there's nothing to report out, so we are going to general function now. Number 1, superintendent update. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. I guess I'm going to be the one who has to wake everybody up because they're going to have to start haranguing here in a minute. All right. Good to see everybody. Thank you for your patience. Wanted to give a shout out one more time to this evening's greeters that were 5th graders from Golden Hills Elementary. We had Kane, Joelle, and Kinsley, and they did a great job. And like I always say, nice to have students here in the boardroom. Go on to the next slide, please. We're going to continue our Capturing Kids' Hearts tradition of sharing the good. We want our teachers to be doing this in the classroom and all of us to be modeling this here at the district office. So here we go. We're going to start with Ms. Libatique from Tehachapi High School.
Good evening. Our THS THEMA program and CTE partnered to take a field trip to BC's Manufacturing Day. So the students got to see the manufacturing industry career opportunities, which included workshops, demonstrations, and a resource fair. And then that same week, THS hosted a Women in Engineering Day where they had guest speakers, and it culminated in, you can see on the left-hand side, a paper roller coaster building.
Hooray!
Ms. Libatique, how many students roughly participated in each event?
So the field trip, we took one bus, so I believe that's 73 students. And then the Women in Engineering Day was about 50,
Okay,
plus or minus.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Libatique. And then on the high school's behalf, since we couldn't give her two, because then we'd have to give everybody two hoorays, I wanted to share a hooray for a great homecoming 2024. Not only was the parade successful, which is always made so much better by all the volunteer time given by staff and by parents who helped out. It was a fantastic International Olympics theme. The kids were really into it. I even saw some fake French mustaches along the way, kids bicycling alongside the floats. It was great, and there were a lot of activities for kids to build memories throughout the homecoming week. And I just wanted to say thank you, as I mentioned, to parents and staff for all the hard work that was put into making this memorable for our students. So you see the photos I have here, and then on the next slide, there's a couple of the court and the marching band. So here we go. Hooray! Thank you. And next up, our Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, Ms. Andrea Paxton.
Hello, my hooray tonight is our first professional development day that is a contracted day for teachers. So all teachers participated in professional development based on what they needed or what their site addressed as a need. So the high school participated in AVID professional development. JMS participated in capturing kids' hearts, and our elementary teachers participated in math professional development for our new curriculum, and then writing professional development as well.
Hooray! Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. And I have another one squeezed in here for Red Ribbon Week that occurred the final week in October. And this Red Ribbon Week was celebrated throughout our campuses, throughout the district. And the theme this year was Life is a Movie, Live Drug Free. And you can see some of the different displays that were created at each of our schools. I wanted to thank the students and school staff for their participation, creation of the beautiful displays, and that were very creative and well thought out. As we started the tradition last year of judging, we had a new panel of judges this year, including Officer Aguilar, who's our SRO, Ms. Terry Boston from Instructional Services, and Ms. Jennifer Butler from Instructional Services. And for the second year in a row, creating a sweep, it was Golden Hills and their theme, and so they won $500 in playground equipment for their school. And it was well done at each campus, and there was a lot of pride that was displayed. So let's give them a hooray. 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 Thank you. And we'll move on to Tompkins and Principal Ms. Claire Ray.
Good evening. So my hooray this week, or this month, I should say, Michelle Haggerty, Veronica Barella, and Marcia Perlman recently completed the Parent Project training. So that's launching at our school. We're doing the Loving Solutions part, which is Parent Project Junior. It's specifically designed for parents raising difficult young children, ages 5 to 10. So we look forward to helping to create a solid foundation for change in the home that will carry over to school.
Hooray. Thank you, Ms. Ray. All right, Dr. Porter, sharing a hooray for TILA.
Good evening. Our TILA hooray is that we're doing lots of hands-on science at TILA, and the students are really enjoying the experiments. Here they're looking at conductors, and they're trying to figure out which metals conduct electricity. All right, science is fun at TILA.
Hooray! Thank you, Dr. Porter. And for his debut of making a hooray, Mr. David Adamson, Principal of JMS.
So I did cheat a little bit. I snuck a picture that's not related to the other three, so I can talk about two in one slide. In the first picture on your guys' far left, we were able to take our CTE students to Mojave for the career expo that they had going on there. They were able to see different careers, different booths on that, and have an idea of something that they would strive for in the future. The other three pictures you see there is our spectacular, a great way to both fundraise and build community on our campus. We had different booths throughout the gym. We also had over by the agricultural building, a haunted house and stuff. We were able to fundraise up to $9,000 for our school to be able to to put back into student experiences while also having a great time with kids coming out, face painting, treats, games, and everything else.
Hooray! Thank you, Mr. Adamson. And Mrs. Bailey from Golden Hills.
Good evening. So on the left there is Lunch with the Principal. That's one of our PBIS incentives. We do that monthly. It's super fun, probably favorite part of my job. So we do that with kindergarten and first grade, and then second, third grade lunch, and then fourth and fifth grade lunch. So those kiddos earn Lunch with the Principal by getting their Eagle egg pulled. So the more Eagle eggs, the more chances of having lunch with the principal. It's super fun. And then the other thing on the right is our Race to Inflate attendance challenge. And I'll be honest, when my vice principal suggested this, I couldn't see her vision, but I was like, yeah, let's do this, but so much fun. So inflatable costumes, and the teachers get in these inflatables, and the grade level with the highest attendance, they race each other, and they're very competitive in these costumes, and it's kind of hilarious. So the kids love it. They can't wait, and they're watching the attendance board. So her vision was like a super great idea, and I'm glad that I said yes. Thank you.
Hooray! Thank you, Mrs. Bailey.
Mrs. Bailey, thank you for that. Now I'm leaving Golden Hills 20 whatever years ago. That would have been fun. I can see certain teachers that you know who I'm talking about. Yes. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Antisari, if you could go back. Oh, what happened to the enrollment and attendance? There it is. Okay, let's just zip ahead and we'll do the sports. No problem. All right, I have a rather long sports update for you. I'll try to go through it quickly, but we have many active student athletes, and we want to highlight some of their activities and results over this past month. So it's been very busy for THS tennis teams. JV girls had their final match, which was held at home. All players played, and everyone had a fantastic time. From there, JV went to play their individual league playoffs at West High School, where the girls were able to bring 5 medals back up the mountain. Valentina Aguirre in singles, and Jaslyn Ramirez and Sofia Rodriguez, and Kaylin Gonzalez and Gilia Benitez in doubles. It was a fantastic way to finish out their 24-25 JV season. Before I move on to varsity, I just want to note for you that the comments that I'm reading are actually written by the coaches, and you can hear the voice of their pride in their student athletes, I hope. Okay, varsity tennis had a harder path, but did manage to bring home 2 medals in singles, with players Paitlin Billingsley and Rosalind Gray beating out multiple schools' #1 players to secure 2 medals. Varsity tennis also had 1 doubles team composed of Carly Stirk and Lauren Merkley, and they earned a non-medal position. All ladies mentioned secured the right to represent the South Yosemite Mountain League at area playoffs in Wasco. And moving on to JV football ended the season with a 6-3-1 overall and was 4-0 in league play. JV played on November 1st against South for the league championship. They ended up beating South 48-0 to clinch the 3rd straight league title for the JV Warrior football. And there's a picture of them up there on the left. Varsity football ended their season 8-2 overall with a big win against South High School to clinch the league title. Both Tehachapi and South were undefeated going into their game, but Tehachapi fought back to win a close game, 24-21. Tehachapi has done so well this season that they were moved up to the Division II for playoffs. They were seed 12, and they played last Friday night, seed number 5, Sunnyside. Unfortunately, they had a loss of 21-33, but regardless of that outcome, we are very proud of our Warriors, and they did finish first in league this season. So congratulations to them.
Can I make an editorial comment?
Yes, sir.
For the 2nd year in a row, our football team won their league, and which normally would get you a home game first round of the playoffs, if not a bye. And they were forced to travel both years. Last year they won. This year, as the superintendent alluded to, they were unsuccessful, mainly because they were moved up a division, which I think were 3 and 4 divisions higher than the rest of the teams in their league. That's all I'm going to say.
Ah, the mysteries of CIF. Maybe CIF and CDE should put their heads together. I don't know. All right, moving on to Frost-Soff and JV Volleyball. Both Frost-Soff and JV Volleyball ended the season as undefeated league champions with an 8-0 record. Having a tough preseason was hard, but they fought hard and finished the season strong, learning a lot along the way. Varsity Volleyball ended the season 18-13-1 overall, second in league. One of our outstanding players, Annie Loken, was number 1 in Central Section, number 4 in California, and number 17 in the nation for blocks. She was also number 1 in Central Section and number 7 in California for hitting percentage. Some outstanding performances. Moving on to girls golf, McKenna Paxton, Taylor Jelishitz, Cassie Stilson, and Caden Spikerman are all part of the top 10 players in the league. They qualified for championships, and the girls placed second in Division III championships as a team with a team score of 514. McKenna tied for first with Carrie Capello of Sierra Pacific. To decide who got number 1 alone, the 2 girls competed in a sudden death playoff, and the girls were all square until the 3rd hole of a sudden death match where Carrie made a par, McKenna bogeyed, and McKenna earned second as a result of this on the top 10 individuals from Division III tournament. THS Cross Country, the Warrior Cross Country team, is preparing for South Yosemite Mountain League Finals on November 14th at Hart Park in Bakersfield. The Lady Braves are the favorite to win the JV title. The varsity men are currently in 3rd place and have a chance at the league title depending on the outcome of the meet. The Lady Warriors are currently in 1st place in the league heading into the finals. THS Cross Country competed in the 76th annual Mount SAC Invitational, and it is the largest high school meet in the United States. And I can speak from experience because I ran the Mount SAC course invitational when I ran cross country, and there's a lot of switchbacks, and they are brutal. Ooh, really tough. Helena Casas took home an individual medal from Mount SAC. It's a really tough course, and they mention here switchbacks, and THS also ran in the Kern Cross Country Championships. The Lady Braves finished 3rd overall as a team and were awarded the 3rd place team trophy. Freshman Madison White was awarded an individual medal for her 6th place finish, and the varsity ladies finished 4th overall, and Helena Casas was awarded an individual medal for her 9th place finish. Personal best times continue to be accomplished on the THS cross country team, and they're in the midst of one of their finest seasons ever, both overall in its history and definitely since COVID. And that concludes the sports update for this evening. All right. Kojat's over there, Ryan's over here. All right, good. Let's talk about current enrollment. You can see left-hand column is 23-24, and the right-hand column is 24-25. Little variations here and there by school site, but overall, our look is we're 81 students down for week 12, comparing this year with last year. So unfortunately, we are continuing to see that declining enrollment trend. We certainly hope it stops, but it's something that we all need to pay attention to, for sure. Moving on to attendance. Attendance is a little bit more static. You'll see 24-25 is that top line in blue. Last year's attendance for week 10 is in white. And you'll see, again, a little up and down, but overall, our year to date as a district, we're at 93.48. And last year for week 10, we were at 93.51. So essentially the same. We'd like to see those attendance numbers increase, but one thing that we do notice more is that when students are ill, they are staying home instead of coming to school. All right, Sipping with the Soup. So Tuesday, November 5th was the last Sipping with the Soup for me, and I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the many, many community members parents that have attended over the years. I've enjoyed the time face-to-face. I also wanted to thank current and former board members who regularly attended. Mr. Rick Scott was a frequent flyer, Jackie Wood, Wayne Cooper, Mr. Kaminsky. I know, Tyler, you've attended, Mr. Napier, you've attended on occasion. Mr. Kelly, you've attended on occasion. There's just been great participation from the board and great participation from our community. And I've learned a lot through the face-to-face conversations. And I think it's been a good investment of time to have those interactions with our parents and community members. So just wanted to say thank you for that. And moving on now to this evening's bulletin boards, which were designed by Tompkins Elementary and Mrs. Ray.
Thanks, friends. So I'm going to cut to the chase for the sake of time. So we were just going to give you a little walkthrough about PBIS the Tiger Way. Rather than school you on what PBIS is, I would like to just, Ryan, could we go to like the third slide with just that? There we go, thanks. So at Tompkins, we have Tiger Paws, Tiger Tickets. I like the alliteration of Tiger Tickets, but Tiger Paws has been what it's always been, so there's that. They're both kind of thing. And students get those for meeting school-wide expectations. Our expectations are respect, own your actions, achieve your best, and be responsible. We have weekly incentives that the students can put their tickets into. We draw one student from each grade level at Friday Flag, and then they get to go to the prize window that's right in front of our cafeteria, if you've ever seen that. Monthly incentives, picnic with the principal, like Mrs. Bailey said, is huge. I don't know why they enjoy eating lunch with me, because I'm not that fascinating, but they do. They also have food coupons. McDonald's gives us little coupons for an ice cream cone. Carlos gives us donuts, and then Panda also gives us they get a kids meal. So also we have quarterly events, pumpkin decorating, field day, and then hot cocoa and a movie is really good in January when it's nice and cold. And our intermittent rewards, we have this tiger cart where they get to spend them. There's a little menu that Christina Andrade has made, so they get to check off what they want and put in their Tiger Paws, and then their little package is delivered to them like a grocery store. We also like to do popsicles in the quad when it gets nice and warm. So you'll see on our bulletin boards that we have essays from students in 1st through 5th grade explaining what they like about our PBIS program. And there's pictures from PBIS events. We also had our ASB president, Jonah Cable, interview some of our tiny tigers because they can't yet write. So there's a little clip there, Ryan. Do you think you could play that?
Hi, I'm Jonah Cable, and I'm your ASB president. Today, we'll be interviewing some tigers about PBIS. Hi, my name is Jonah Cable. What's your name? Carter. What grade are you in? I'm 10th grade. Have you ever seen these before? Yes. How do you earn them? By listening. What do you do with them? Earn them. Have you ever won for the Tiger Paw raffle? What have you won? Music classical. That's so cool. Hi guys, my name is Jonah Cable. What are your guys' names? Claire, Jojo, and what grade are you guys in? Let's just call these class.
That's a grade.
Cool. Do you know what these are? Tiger tickets. What do you use them for? To get a toy from the tiger window. Yeah. How do you earn them? By if you listen. Good. Thank you, guys. Hi, guys. My name's Fiona. Do you guys know what these are? What do you guys use them for? Bullying tigers. Have you guys
I think that says it all. We love PBIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
The presentation. I just have a few upcoming dates and events that are listed there for you. Thank you, Mrs. Ray. Most of these, I'll let you follow along on your own, but wanted to point out a few that the Thanksgiving break will be coming up the 25th of November through the 29th. Next Sippin' with the Soup is scheduled for Tuesday, December 3rd. And then, of course, the next regular board meeting will be on Tuesday, December 17th. And then, if we can believe it or not, we're talking about the winter break beginning on the 20th of December through January 3rd already. And that wraps up my superintendent update for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson. TAT update. Oh, there's Ms. Bowman. You're on the wrong side. Usually you're over there.
All right, here we go. All right, good evening, President Kaminsky, trustees, Superintendent Larson Everson, and members of the public. My name is Val Bowman, and I am the Tehachapi Association of Teachers president. Tonight's bittersweet on so many levels. Last week, TAT met with the membership and those protected by the contract to discuss the changes in articles, as well as salary and benefits from the 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. TAT members had the opportunity to attend one of two meetings, one in person and the other on via Zoom, to get information and ask questions about the contract before voting last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The tentative agreement ratified by an overwhelming majority and comes before the board for approval tonight. I'm glad you're feeling better, Trustee Kelly. Superintendent Larson Everson, your retirement date is close at hand. Unfortunately, it gets closer with every passing moment, but maybe not for you. Not only am I speaking for myself, but for many others when I say it has been a great pleasure working with you over the last several years. So many superintendents have come and gone from TUSD, but none have ever had a desire to work cooperatively with the unions, be an intentional problem solver, and a positive leader for change as you have been. It was nice to know that conversations with you were likely not to raise blood pressure, but instead were intentionally designed to work towards a solution. Not having an us versus them mindset allowed for constructive conversations, negotiations, and solutions. Thank you for always seeing TAT as an equal. And our wish for you is happiness in whatever form that may be. Words are not enough to thank you for all that you have done. And I wish you the very, very best, my friend. All right, tonight's agenda showed the interim superintendent contract, and while this item was removed from tonight's agenda, it will be back next month, and apparently this person is known to all of you. At previous and last week's meetings, TAT has repeatedly asked for an opportunity to be a part of the interim and superintendent process. It was lucky that 2 board meetings ago, the superintendent mentioned stakeholders needed to participate in the process. Had she not mentioned it, TAT doubts anyone outside of the board would have afforded an opportunity to give comment. TAT has previously mentioned transparency concerns, and rightfully so, after the October special board meeting. We requested, since the board had not used the TUSD personnel department, the superintendent or KCSOS to vet questions or references to allow the superintendent on the interview panel as a non-voting member. That request was ignored, just as all the others have been. As a matter of fact, all stakeholder requests beyond the superintendent's survey suggestions have been ignored. There was board conversation, but it has been without fruition. TAT's concern has been and remains who created and vetted those questions. How were the applicants vetted? What were the norms? What are the norms? Where are the norms and the questions? Have they been posted for the public to see? Where is the transparency? And has the Brown Act been followed as it should have been? A normal process for people applying for a job in education goes something like this. Step 1, a person applies. Step 2, the personnel department, like the director or the designee, looks through the application to make sure that person is qualified and proves it to be so. The applicant, now through the first phase of the vetting process, gets an interview. If the interview goes well and the applicant's references check out, it goes on to perhaps a higher level and maybe it's checked out by the superintendent. Other items get checked out besides references that the person suggests, like social media or credit reports or a media presence and so on, because sometimes the best applicants can have something dark in their past that can negatively affect a district. This is the second phase of the vetting process. Perhaps the applicant does a second interview with a larger panel and with different stakeholders. The goal is to check the applicant's scope of knowledge, which may include finance, curriculum, student academic group, growth, community relations, and so on. It is also a chance to understand how the applicant will weigh wants as compared to needs of the district. Then, depending on the interview, the applicant could be hired or not. That's the normal process. Was a similar process followed in this case, or was the decision just made at the table in like days of old? Per the California Education Code, the board has the right to choose a superintendent, interim or permanent, without following a process, whether it be interim or permanent. But per TUSD school board policy, the transition must be peaceful and just. This job, while just for the short term, is going to be tough. There are many plates to spin, many egos to stroke, with many months of school left to go. Will this person have what it takes to balance the needs of the stakeholders, school board, and the students? It's hard to know without transparency. TAT members and those protected by the contract not only deserve transparency, but autonomy because their mental health and the district's well-being are at stake. Us versus them attitudes benefit no one. As previously requested, and will continue to be requested, TAT would like a seat at the table when the permanent superintendent is interviewed and throughout the entire process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. CSEA update.
So I know CSEA is not here, but they did email an update. I'm going to hand it to Mrs. Barnes so that she can read it for the record.
Good evening. On behalf of the CSEA Chapter President, Sandy Resendez, and its members, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Trustee Wood, Trustee Napier, and Trustee Kelly on their re-elections on behalf of CSEA. I would like to restate the importance of selecting a new superintendent who will be collaborative, respectful, and solution-driven. It is imperative to include all stakeholders in the selection process and for this process to be transparent. I would also like to share that CSEA overwhelmingly voted to ratify the CSEA tentative agreement that you will vote on tonight. As we move forward in our search for a new superintendent, it is our sincere hope that the board will stay committed to finding the best possible candidate, no matter how long it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes, for sharing that from Ms. Resendez. Item 4, board communications. Do you have anything? I don't have anything.
I have something.
Oh, go ahead.
I would like.
Clerk Wood?
I would like the committee, Stacy, Tracy, and Tyler and I to meet again. I was not comfortable with part of the process, and I'd like to discuss it more. I don't feel like all board members were equally informed, so.
Well, that's between the three of you to figure out a date.
Okay.
Date and time.
No problem with me.
Okay.
And with that, we'll go to item 9, presentation of proposals for superintendent search. And we're starting off with Education Leadership Services, Dr. Doug Kimberly and Dr. Ed Cora.
Trustees, Superintendent Larson Everson, I'd just like to make the other firms, the small conference room available to them to wait if they would like to, if they so choose, while each firm is conducting their presentations.
Certainly. Yeah, we're staying.
Yeah, stay.
Sure, that'd be great.
Good evening to all the trustees, superintendent. Congratulations on a fine career. It's tough to follow the hoorays, but we'll give it our best shot. If we're lucky enough to come back to the district and provide search services, I'd like to come back on a day when that inflatable race is going on. It'd be kind of interesting to see that happen, to go from there. I'd like to see how people can run in those suits, to go from there. On behalf of Educational Leadership Services, we thank you for the opportunity to present tonight, and we respect your decision that it's the most difficult decision that a school board faces, and probably the most important decision that a school board faces as well. So congratulations on whoever you choose on finding a permanent superintendent. We've put together a team for Tehachapi Unified School District that has 45 years of successful superintendent experience, beginning with Dr. Ron Caruth, as you mentioned earlier, Dr. Ed Cora, who's here tonight, Dr. Jose Gonzalez, and myself, Doug Kimberly. Looking forward to serving the district and working with the board as we go forward.
Thank you, Doug. Again, good evening, TUSD Board of Trustees, Superintendent Larson Everson. Again, congratulations, and it's nice to hear those compliments. They're awesome. Partners and associations that we have, if selected, we will have a large range of organizations that we work with. Some of us are part of those organizations. Some of them go from the state of California, and some of them are national organizations. So we have 16 total members on our team, though 4 of us will be directly involved, but the 16, we all work together. So you have 16 members, and including all of those organizations to refer to and to help us out. So what is the ELS difference? With the ELS difference, you have experienced team members, as I mentioned, 16. We're somewhere around 100 or more years of experience total with the 16 members. Our ELS team will not only present to you amazing candidates, but will guide you through the process. And through the process, we want to make sure that we bring the best candidates to you, with you being involved all the way through the process, and ultimately help you with the interview and eventually help you select the individual. The other thing that I think is really important to mention is that we are willing to provide personalized coaching for the first year of the individual selected. And that's something that, of all of the superintendents that we have many years, 14 with Dr. Kimberly, 10 with myself. So that's something that I think will be crucial, especially if you get a superintendent that does not have first-year experience. We all know the first year as a superintendent is extremely challenging, but we're willing to coach them through that first year. So with that, I'm going to turn over the next slide to Dr. Kimberly.
We really believe that we're partners in the process of this search. We heard some comments tonight in regards to transparency and inclusivity within the search, and we're certainly committed to that. It's a very important decision, and the decision is that of the board without a doubt, but to get input from the entire school community and the community at large, as well as a transparent process going forward, is extremely important. I would also reiterate that confidentiality of each candidate is also important for the district to recruit and retain a qualified candidate. So there's a a fine line in that regard, holding confidentiality for all of the applicants in regards to maintaining the opportunity for people to give input throughout the district. In that process becomes the search plan and engagement, beginning with the meetings with the board for each board member to be met with individually to express the needs and qualifications that you would see in a new superintendent for Tehachapi. That helps begin what we call a leadership profile development in that regard, which helps the recruiting and retention of qualified candidates that could fit the needs and create a good fit here in Tehachapi. In-person sessions give all stakeholders an opportunity to give input into what are the needs of Tehachapi, what is the pros, what is the cons, what do they see as qualifications that are necessary in a new superintendent. That also helps build, as we heard this evening, questions that can be addressed in the interview that come out of those input meetings. Those will be presented to the board, and then we'll dilute down the questions to actually ask to candidates themselves. It's important that all of these stakeholders have an opportunity to give input should they choose, whether they be in-person meetings or online. We would like to utilize an online opportunity for those that aren't able to make an in-person meeting so they could still give input into the process and the development of that leadership profile. The development of the leadership profile also allows the board to create a yardstick to measure all of the candidates against. Many of the applicants that you'll see in Tehachapi are going to be qualified. Some will not be qualified. So to determine those that want to be qualified and interviewed, the leadership profile allows the board to use that to measure against the qualifications of each candidate. The recruitment phase comes after the leadership profile is developed. And the recruitment is far and wide, not just across the state, but across the country. We have many of our partners that are currently teaching in established university programs across California as well. So the ability to recruit from university candidates, from those in programs, and those sitting superintendents currently who are looking to possibly relocate and be a good fit for Tehachapi would certainly be part of that process itself. The selection phase comes down to working hand in hand with the board after the paper screening and the interview to determine what is the best fit for Tehachapi. You're going to see a number of qualified applicants. That doesn't necessarily mean they would fit what the needs are for Tehachapi itself. And that's really going to be the differentiating factor that we believe we can help you with as well. As was mentioned, we make the commitment to support and mentor the new superintendent as they transition for the first year. Part of that begins with the creation of a 100-day plan that can be approved by the board that the new superintendent would be able to carry out in the first 100 days of their tenure in Tehachapi, including people to meet in the community, including people to meet with association leaderships, teachers in classrooms, making sure that they are very visible, and the ability to get out in the classroom so that the board understands the first 100-day is going to establish a long-term relationship with the new superintendent and the district. Here's our proposed timeline.
Thanks, Dr. Kimberly. So with the proposed timeline, as you see, if we're given the opportunity to serve as the search firm for your new superintendent, we would get started as soon as possible and work through January, meeting with board members, as Dr. Kimberly said, individually, and with stakeholders, certificated, classified, parents, and work our way through January to the paper screening, references and background checks, get into some interviews in February. March, finalists announced, and then March through June, the transitioning planning, and then July 1st, your new superintendent would begin. And I do want to say that my last superintendency was in a district of 5,400 students, so I know what it takes and the uniqueness and the wonderful opportunities that come with a smaller district as opposed to your super large district. So I commend everyone that works in a smaller district, because that's what I did for 10 years. And so we hope that we will find you, if selected, find you the best qualified superintendent to lead you through after Dr. Larson Everson. So,
It's definitely big shoes to fill. Congratulations in that regard, right? We've heard a little bit in public comment in regards to social media background checks, credit checks. All of those are options and part of the process as well as we go forward. There's no question that some superintendents had past that were discovered in a social media scenario, situations that have been buried, if you will, that are now uncovered. So the board needs to be aware of all of that before. Nobody wants to be surprised in a final candidate, so I can assure you that all of those will be done very thoroughly, and the opportunity to explore candidates thoroughly will be there for the board itself. We do that with our fee and our promise. We charge $20,000 for a district of your size in Tehachapi for the search services. Those fees are inclusive of 1 year of coaching as well for the new superintendent. All mileage, travel, all expenses come on the ELS scenario. So that would be the total fee, $10,000 to begin the search and $10,000 upon completion of a successful search. That's how it runs. And we're committed to finding the best leader for Tehachapi that's available to come. And we look forward to working with you, because I really want to see that raise. Any questions at all, I'd be happy to try to address.
You mentioned, excuse me, you mentioned the meeting with all the stakeholders, the administrators, faculty, staff, are those, it was all in one line, so is that one giant meeting, or is it separate meetings with
We
each
separate
group?
out those groups, yes. In a town hall style or format of meetings, yes.
And then the mentoring, is that done by one of you, or tag team, or?
It'll be done actually by me.
Okay,
For next
all
year,
right,
it'll be
good.
myself.
Save me another question.
Yes.
Anybody else have a comment or question?
I have a couple.
Trustee Napier?
I have a couple. With the stakeholder input, is that, so we recently did just a kind of a very generic survey that we opened up to basically anybody. Superintendent put together a nice little packet for us, kind of were they a parent, board member, not board member, staff member, so on and so forth. Gave us kind of just the comments. It was very generic, but it let us get a little insight into what people are thinking and what their concerns were.
Okay.
How do you guys disseminate that information back? Is that public, or you guys just keep that as part of your proposal and your plan, or do you share that just with the board? Because I think being transparent with that information is important, so I was
Yes.
curious how you guys go about that.
We would plan on our timeline in December or very early January, depending upon your board meeting schedule. We would make that public, so the entire leadership profile, we would present to you in a public meeting so that the entire public would be able to see what was gleaned from the various meetings, stakeholder groups, and what would be then a yardstick that could be utilized for the paper screening, the development of questions, and the interview process.
Okay, because I also think it's important for the public to see what the results of the individual meetings with us were, so I think that's super important
Yes.
to be transparent with that.
I can assure you that by doing this many times, there'll be far more similarities than differences in those meetings, which I think is very enriching, right? It means everybody's looking for the same thing, moving in the same direction, which is very positive.
Right, okay. You mentioned a kind of a town hall style stakeholder input meetings. Is that your plan? Do you plan to offer a variety of timelines? We have a lot of commuters. We have, doing one meeting on a Saturday morning may work, but may not work for a lot. What's the process of that?
We'll work with the district to determine who those stakeholders are, send out invitations, and have multiple meetings as well. Generally with specific, as mentioned, administrators, the union leaderships of both the teachers and certificated and classified staff, all of the district stakeholders themselves, and then as well as the community. We'll have 2 meetings generally for just at-large meetings. Anybody that wasn't able to make a specific meeting or we didn't have room. Town hall meetings don't work too well if there is multitudes of people there. So 20 to 30 is a really appropriate number for those meetings. So if we have an opportunity for people to come to more than one, it tends to be better. We also utilize the online opportunity for those that have not the ability, just because of commuting or time constraints, to still give input into the process.
Yeah, perfect. I think that online option is really nice. Is the online option provide the ability for people to be anonymous with that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
There is an opportunity for them to determine if I'm a parent, a stakeholder, what my role is within the district or community, but it doesn't have to be answered in order to complete the rest of the
Okay,
survey.
perfect. I think that's a vital part for staff. You know, if they don't want to say publicly how they feel about something, I think it'd be good for them to be anonymous if they would like. Yeah, I think that's, as far as the mentoring, is that, I feel like I caught it, but maybe I didn't. Is that part of the 20,000 or is
Yes,
that?
it is.
Okay, so, and that's
Inclusive.
for the first, how many days you said?
The first year.
Okay,
Yeah, it's really important, right? A first year for a superintendent is very much like a first-year teacher. You're just running really fast to try to learn what the job is.
Yeah.
And so we try to help bridge that gap and steer and guide. We're also, after this process, we believe that we have a relationship with the board. We've worked together to determine who the new superintendent is going to be, so we can continually reiterate the goals of the board and be a liaison to help communicate with that new person.
okay.
Trustee
Final.
Napier, very quickly, you may have heard a 100-day plan, maybe that's where the number came in. Some candidates come in with a 100-day plan ready to go. If they don't, we would help them create.
Okay, perfect. Final question. I'm assuming maybe at some point you've had boards where they stalemate, they don't pick a candidate. What's your guys' process after that? Start all over?
Yes.
Okay,
Largely at a minimum, and that's up to the board if we start over from scratch and/or if we start over with the recruitment process and retention process, go back out to open up the search.
okay.
The time of year that you're looking for a superintendent is really the most appropriate time, and the ability for someone to transition, the timeline is tremendous. So
Yeah.
I think the candidate pool will be rich and deep.
Yeah, that's thanks to our current superintendent, you know, looking out for us. So thank you very much.
What's the average tenure of your superintendent placements, first time?
For superintendency in California is 3 to 5 years.
Thank you.
Trustee Cooper, Clerk Wood, any questions?
Is a 3 to 5 years average for the state or for your recruits?
Well, we haven't had one that hasn't lasted at least 3 years at this point, to go from there. Correct. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I have one more.
Well, I had one more, before I forget it
No,
again.
no problem.
You know, so we have 3 firms here, very reputable, outstanding reputations.
Sure.
So what separates you from the other 2?
We believe that we're more contemporary, frankly. We put people on our teams that are still currently serving as a superintendent. The 4 people that have been chosen to represent Tehachapi have all retired within the last 5 years. We believe that we understand what is the landscape of the superintendency currently in California, post-COVID, what superintendents are going to have to deal with, what districts are going to have to deal with. Your declining enrollment tonight is one good example of that. Districts all over the state are wrestling with declining enrollment since COVID. Where did the kids go? Did they leave the state? Are they homeschooling? What other options? That would be something that I think is a commonality that people could adjust to and make moves towards.
And one of our 4 team members is a current sitting sup.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Napier, your question?
I think in the presentation, it talked about working with Deanna along the way. Will you guys provide any sort of email correspondence to the board along the way, just kind of keeping us up to date, or do we have to wait for in-person meetings?
No, we'll communicate by email. We'll give you a report, event by event, as to the outcome. The participation rates of the town halls, for example, is generally an important topic. To have a town hall and there's only a half a dozen people, there isn't really a town hall, right? It's more of a lunch to go from there. And so we'll keep you informed of the process. We'll also keep you informed as the applicant pool begins to grow as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, anything else, board? I want to thank both you gentlemen,
Thank you.
and we'll be discussing this after the last presentation.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
We
You're very-
appreciate
very
that.
welcome.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
And entering the boardroom is the two representatives from Leadership Associates, Dr. Blanca Cavazos and Mr. Juan Garza. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. It's wonderful to be here. I will tell you, this weather, it brings back a lot of memories of sitting on your football field when I was the principal at Arvin High School. Spent many times on those as you were going through, Stacy, as you were going through the athletic activities, lots of good reminders. As I said, I'm Blanca Cavazos, and
my name is Juan Garza with Leadership Associates.
we'll just share that mic.
My name is Juan Garza with Leadership Associates, retired superintendent from Kings Canyon Unified School District. We had 23 schools. Some of them were in the mountain community, and some of them were on the valley floor. Pleasure being here.
And as I mentioned, I spent 13 years actually as principal of Arvin High School, and then I spent some time at the county office where I had the opportunity to work with some of your previous superintendents. And then when I was superintendent at Taft Union High School District, I got to work with Stacy, and so it is really great being back here and having the opportunity to speak to you tonight about the superintendent search and our proposal. And I think this one is me.
Go ahead.
So one of the things that makes us unique, and it will be extremely important, especially to your executive assistant, Deanna, is the fact that we have specialist support. And so these ladies that you see here, they're the ones, one of them would be assigned to the search, and they provide complete guidance on how to post the agenda, how to prepare for the interviews, et cetera. And it's not that they have to do all the work, but they communicate constantly with the executive assistant, your executive assistant, in order to make sure that things are done properly. I heard the Brown Act earlier as someone was speaking to you. And so they make sure that we are following all of that. And they also are available at any time to take questions so that you are comfortable, and also just that key person, your executive assistant, is comfortable with the process and is able to answer any questions. Do you want to say anything else about that? No, that's okay. And I think it's you.
We support our clients in many different ways. We do executive superintendent searches throughout the state of California. We are all retired successful superintendents in our firm. We remain engaged with the board and with the superintendent as support. We're not just a search firm, we're a search and support firm, and that's very important. Next slide, please. We are located throughout the state of California. While you see Dr. Cavazos here and myself, all of these partners will be involved in some way in supporting the search, whether it's through reference checking, somebody that knows somebody, or recruiting, somebody knows somebody that's looking for a position. So all of these folks will be involved in the search in some way or the other. All successful retired superintendents throughout the state of California. We have conference calls every 2 weeks to communicate about the searches or what we're involved in and reference information. We're really a lot of support for the search.
As you can see, we currently conduct about 65% of the searches in the state. We've conducted over 700 searches, and just some of the ones that you will recognize here close to you is Sierra Sands, for example, also Unified District. In Bakersfield, Panama Buena Vista, we conducted that as well. And then some other, and I'll just skip over, Bakersfield City, you're very familiar. So we've done small school districts of your size, and also large school districts such as Bakersfield City and Panama Buena Vista. But this gives you an idea of the districts that we here locally and in the Central Valley that we've been involved in recently.
It's also important to note that, it's also important to note that we have some research, and I believe it's in the proposal that we shared with you. Of all the searches we've been involved with, over 92% of the superintendents have remained in the district for 5 years or more. We're very, very proud of that success rate.
And then the big question for you is why, why choose Leadership Associates? And we are experienced superintendents. We know that position particularly. We've sat in it. We know what it takes to be successful. We also will, because of the network that we have of partners throughout the state, we can provide you with a very broad pool of candidates, and that's what you want. You want depth. You want people from which to select. We don't want to give you one candidate that we think is a good fit. We want to give you a number of candidates that we believe, based on what you and your education partners have told us, would be a good fit for Tehachapi, and then you get to select from that pool that we believe are a good fit based on your criteria. We also have a network of people that we communicate with that are our subscribers. And so when a position is posted by Leadership Associates, we send out an email blast to over 1,500 subscribers that are people that have at one time or another indicated to us that they are interested in a position. You can see that about 66% of our finalists are women or people of color, so we get a diverse pool of applicants, and we only serve California. We focus on California because we know that well. We know budget, we know the LCAP, we know the politics, and so we're very familiar. We're not hired consultants. Each of us are partners in the firm. We have a stake in the success of this firm, so we definitely are well invested in it. And then we remain actively engaged. We check back with the superintendent and say, how's it going? Because then there are supports that we can offer as well. And then we also provide them with a 90-day entry plan that they fill in, especially based on the information that we gather from your various education partners. And then is that me? And we also, you can see what our state and national personal connections. We are all connected with a wide variety of organizations, both state and national, and I'll just say for myself, and I know Juan as well, very much involved with the Association of California School Administrators. I am currently sitting on the state board, and in fact, I will be at their state conference tomorrow morning. But our partners are involved with all of these different organizations in one way or another, having either led them or sat on their board. So that gives you an idea of our reach. And then I believe this is you.
The search begins with you. I'll take you through the process, and I think this is what helps us be successful at what we do. Our initial meeting is with you, where we gather qualities, characteristics, and experience that you're interested in your next superintendent. We also finalized the timeline at that time. We sent you a draft timeline, but at that initial meeting, we finalized the timeline to make sure that we're all on the same page. We also have a list of about 45 different stakeholder groups that are within your agency, and we listen to you and identify the different groups. We obviously meet with teachers, we meet with the Teachers Association, Classified Association, students, and you will also share with us if you're interested in us working with getting input from Rotary or the different civic groups within the organization. We also have an online survey that we will put out, and we have it in various languages for a period of anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks, asking again for those that don't attend those stakeholder meetings what qualities and characteristics they're interested in and experience, and we provide an executive summary for you of all of the different groups we met with, whether it be in person or Zoom meetings, and also from the online survey. From that information that we gather from all of your stakeholders, we develop a position description. Based on what we heard from you and all of your stakeholders, these are the qualities, characteristics, and experiences that you've shared with us that you're interested in. We send it to you for final approval and review before we post that on your website and that website. We use that position description also when we're recruiting people. This is what they're looking for, to make sure that they have the qualities and characteristics and experience that you're looking for. We also use that position description to draft questions for you for the interview. We'll present those draft questions for you. You can edit them, change them, add or delete whatever you're interested in. But I think that portion is very, very important, the stakeholder input process. Your input is important, and so is the input of your students, staff, and community and various stakeholders. After that, we begin the posting period through EdCal and do the recruitment and begin to do some of the reference checking. Once the deadline closes and we've done all our reference checking, we bring all of the candidates to you, and we put them in 3 tiers. Tier 1 are the candidates that best match your position description based on reference checking and their work history. Tier 2 are possible. They're not quite at the same level as Tier 1, and we believe that Tier 3s are just people that are interested in being a superintendent, but not being the superintendent here in Tehachapi Unified School District. Once we present those candidates to you, you select who you want to interview. We'll be here with you for a couple of hours or 2 or 3 hours. You select the candidates, and we review the interview questions, and we'll be there with you through the interviews. We'll be facilitating the interviews, and we take you through a process to help you narrow it down to some finalists. Once you interview all of them and we go through that process, then we will bring back 1 or 2 finalists, depending on what you're interested in. After you interview the finalists, we take you through another process to come up with your number 1 candidate. Once you've selected your number 1 candidate, they will be the person that you've selected but not approved, of course. We will we'll bring to you some contract parameter worksheets that they filled out. They're interested in this salary range, they're interested in this term, 1 to 3 years, fringe benefits and so forth. And we zero in with you on what you're willing to offer that candidate. And hopefully at the end of the evening, it's a full day process. Your board president makes an informal offer to the candidate to be approved at the following board meeting. You will have a choice of a validation visit. There are 2 types of validation visits. One validation visit is where one of you or all of you decide to go to the finalist district, where you can meet with some board members there. It'll be all arranged 25-minute sessions, some board members, some district administrators, some people from the Teachers Association, the classified and community members. So that's one form of a validation visit. The other is you can bring the candidate here and have some of your different stakeholder groups meet the candidate in advance. And it would be the same setup. You could have district office staff, teachers, community members, parents, things of that nature. Or you could do both. Some districts decide to do both. And then approval at your next board meeting. That process has been very successful for us. So the next slide is, we are not just a search firm. And this is a lot to go through, but we are search and support. We provide advisement, which is coaching services. We do governance workshops. We do leadership training. We do networks for assistant superintendents, superintendents. We facilitate superintendent evaluations. We help the board with the evaluation process of the superintendent. So that's a list of a lot of the different types of support systems that we offer after, because we want to make sure that the candidate that you select is successful.
And if I can just add to that, this is one of the areas that makes us unique, is that we are not just a search firm, but we're also an executive leadership development firm. And that means that right now, we are working with a number of districts, so number of superintendents, a number of cabinets throughout the state. We're working with assistant superintendents as well. And so when we put out a notification of a posting, we have people that are sitting in those leadership positions that receive that and that have been going through leadership development through our firm. And so that is one of the reasons that we have a deep pool of candidates, because we've been working with a lot of people. Doesn't mean that that's who we're going to say, these are the ones that you can pick from. No, we trust me, we have candidates that are from overseas sometimes that apply. Dubai, we had one recently from Dubai. We've had Canadians that have applied. So it's not just the people that we are working with, but those are candidates that we have immediate access to, that we can get the information about your position to them. And I think closing thoughts are you. So lastly, we customize this search for you. This is your search. It's not our search. It's your search. And so as we look at timelines, things that you need, we customize it and are flexible to your needs. We are competitive. The fee that we give you is all-inclusive, and so whether that means we are meeting with, let's say, your Teachers Association leadership here in person, or whether we're meeting with groups online, it is one price, period. And as I mentioned earlier, we have that administrative help that works directly with your executive assistant in order to facilitate and make that process as smooth as possible. We've talked about the percentage of searches that we do statewide, and we are very experienced, and we are passionate and committed because we believe that every school district deserves the best leadership possible.
We'd like to share with you a draft timeline. It is on your proposal, page 7. And I'll just highlight some things for you there. Okay, we're on page 7. We would like to have an initial meeting with you on November 20th. Want to commend you on the early start, because you're going to be ahead of most of the groups if we go by this timeline. Again, this is draft. So we'd like to meet with you on the 20th of November. December 2nd through the 13th is when we would recommend doing the online surveys. The week of December 2nd, we would isolate a date that would best work for us being here in person and meeting with your various stakeholder groups in person and/or on Zoom. We would advertise in EdCal December 2nd and January 6th, giving people good time to look over the position description and applications during the holiday break. A closing date of January 10th. During all that time, that month or two, we would be conducting reference checks and recruiting. We would like to meet with you on February 4th to present the candidates. Board interviews around February 22nd. And then the validation visits that I mentioned to be determined whether you would go somewhere to the candidates finalist district or bring them here or both, and tentatively approve on March 11th. So you would have someone before the end of the year, and they could possibly provide some transition time, and depending on where they're at or what position they're in, they may be able to start earlier or begin meeting some of those dates with some of yourself and some key stakeholders. So again, this is a draft timeline. You would be ahead of most of the districts in the state. So we're open for questions.
Anyone ready for a question? Trustee Cooper?
I have one. It's maybe kind of superfluous, but do you see a significant difference in those who are looking for small districts worth less, rather than major districts? And do you see a significant difference in those who are looking for a steady job or moving on?
That's one of the things that we, Dr. Cavazos and I, when we received the applications, we began to sort them out between ourselves. And one of the things we're looking for is longevity, because that's very, very important. So we begin to look at their work history is very important, and how committed they are to staying in that position. To your first question with regard to small districts and large districts, just a reminder that the majority of the districts in the state of California are smaller districts, okay? And most people kind of prefer smaller districts, but the quality and qualifications are equal. You know, we're looking for people with solid track history of success in student achievement and working with boards, communities, and longevity is critical. I was in my district for 15 years, so I know how important that is.
Anyone else? You mentioned meeting with community groups. How was that arranged?
We would, first of all, we would start with you, and you would tell us during that first initial meeting, who is it that you would like for us to meet with? And then we would be working directly with the executive assistant to set up those meetings. Because honestly, if they get a message from me, they don't know me from Adam. But if they get a message from the district, they're going to respond. And so we set up that schedule directly with the district. And then we meet according to what that group would prefer, whether it's an in-person meeting or whether it's an online meeting.
Thank you.
And typically, my experience with that, with having worked with boards throughout the state for over 7 years, we typically begin in the morning and wind up with community forums in the evening, and just different group students from the high school and classified employees and service clubs, booster groups, people that support you, people that support the kids. So,
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you so much. And we'll be making a determination on which group later, well, not too long away.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome.
Do you want me?
Okay, and here is Mr. Ben Johnson from McPherson and Jacobson. Mr. Johnson.
I was going to tell my usual joke. Hi, my name's LeBron James, and I'm happy to be here. But that doesn't apply if you're not a Lakers fan. But thank you, board. Looking forward to tonight, and I know you've heard from every firm, this is the most important thing that a board does. I think you already know that, right? But it's also a great opportunity to not only think about this from a broader perspective, not just your search, but how do you reconnect and engage your community? How do you talk about the aspirational things that the district does? Because we all know that great things happen in the classroom, but if great things happen with the governance team, it can change the dynamic and the trajectory of your district. So I'm not going to show you every slide. You know who you are. But I will talk about this piece, right? That, and I'll go into this a little more detail, but our founder, Tom Jacobson, who's just recently passed away, this is why he started the firm, right? That we believe that every student, and we say that with emphasis, because every student, and every student needs to have that opportunity, the quality of education. It happens with leadership. And so making sure that if leadership isn't aligned, and the governance team includes all board members and the superintendent, if that alignment doesn't happen, your teachers, your site leaders can do all the great work in the classroom, but if they're confused at the direction of the district and that alignment, they can't do their very best because they're not getting the leadership they need. So we spent a lot of time talking about why this is important. So when I walked in, someone said, "You're a headhunter." And often people ask us, why should a board use a search firm? It makes a difference. Leadership truly makes a difference. And so we'll talk about our process and the emphasis we have on quality leadership. But we know that education is the great differentiator, right? It makes a difference for our students, it makes a difference for our families, and it changes lives. We are a nationwide search firm. Wish I had I like to walk around, so I'm dating myself. I was going to say like Donahue. But I find that people often say, well, but we're in California, and California is so different than everywhere else. And that's true. But great leaders exist throughout the country. And so we are a nationwide search firm. We have over 130 consultants across the country, and I'll go into that a little bit, why that's important. We don't hire anybody. That's your job. But we're a firm that we'll spend a lot of time, and we'll talk about kind of our process and why it's a little bit different, to make sure that you get the person you need. There's a lot of people out there that are qualified to be a superintendent. There aren't a lot of people that are qualified to be your superintendent, right? So making sure there's alignment with your specific needs to make sure you have someone that stays here and moves your mission and vision forward. You talked about transparency, and it's one of the reasons why CSBA has aligned with our organization, because transparency is important. And we'll talk about what that means, because there's some things that are transparent, but there's definitely some things that aren't transparent, right? Like until we get to the process, we don't tell who the candidates are because it's their careers, and some boards are okay with superintendents looking for other opportunities, and some definitely are not. And we have a track record of success, not only as a firm, but just being quite direct. When you look at the consultants that would be working on this project, all but one of my candidates that I just have done a search for, over 23 searches, are still in place in their districts now. And then as a company, we have similar records. So myself and Dr. Vitale would be doing the search on the front end. That means kind of who you'll see, but we also have other members of our team that would be supporting, not only from a home office perspective, and Deanna's not busy, so she, right? So she doesn't need us calling her, asking her to do this and a bunch of different efforts, right? We want to make sure that, yes, we would need her to help us with certain things, but we do the work. When we come and do your search, we don't hijack your staff to do more work, except tell us what turns to make, and not to turn on Drury Street to get to the district office, right? The unique thing about our firm is I'm not a superintendent or a former superintendent. I'm a board member, and that provides different perspective. I was in a K-12 district in Alvord Unified in Riverside, California for 21 years, and thought I was retired from that wonderful service. And then our former superintendent served on our county board for 8 years, and before he retired, he asked me to run for the county board, and so I'm on Riverside County's board. That perspective is different, right? Because you're elected by your constituents to serve your community, and if any of you go to the grocery store and say to your significant other, I'll be back in 15 minutes, right? That never happens, because you get stopped, and people are day by day holding you accountable for what you do. And so that lens is different, but also the connections that a superintendent has is different than a board member has. And so making sure that, and when we talk about our process, when I'm doing reference checks, I hear things from my colleagues that are the board members that a superintendent's not going to hear, just because of those relationships, right? It's just different. I'm not going to go through why. If the board is, I think the board has made a decision by their investment that they're going to hire a firm, but we've done over 1,000 superintendent searches in 45 states. And why this is important, and as we talk about our process, there are candidates that have left California and gone to other states, and we spend a lot of time, when you look at our retention rates of 80% at 5 years, 60% at 10 years, and 40% at 15 years. The reason why our numbers are, and also those numbers have gone down. They used to be like 88% 3 years ago. The quality of candidates and the number of candidates that are out there has diminished significantly, and you know this, right? It was roughly about 3.6 years was the average tenure of a superintendent. Now it's 2.3, and it continues to decline. We know why, and I'm just being direct as a fellow board member, and the number one reason why we're seeing a decline is because of the change in governance, right? And the outside influences that are impacting public education are making it difficult to find not just okay candidates. Your community doesn't deserve an okay candidate and an okay leader. And the reputation of your current leader is exceptional. And so to have that, and then to have somebody coming after that, and I don't mean to be overly dramatic, but destroy what the work you've done is not acceptable. What I will say now, and whether you pick us or somebody else, don't ever settle, right? If somebody says to you, and you go through the process, and they say, this is all that's out there, these are all the candidates we can find, the last thing I would say to you to do is take that advice, because it's just about timing, and whether it's us or somebody else, it's not true. So there may be conflict about who the last candidates the board wants to select, but the board should be all doing this about the finalists that you pick. If you're not doing all of this, keep an interim and go back out. our children deserve better, right? And so that doesn't mean they're not good candidates, but they may not be the right fit for you. So I talked about we don't hire superintendents, the board does that. But we are intentional about our process to make sure you get the best candidates you can. We work for the board. We don't work for superintendent candidates. And that's a distinction because there are firms that have a cohort, or I don't want to use the word cadre because that sounds really bad, but we'll have a cohort of candidates. They move from district to district, and you've done a good job here for a couple of years, and then we'll tap you on the shoulder again and move you here after 5 years, and we'll tap you on your shoulder and move you here. We are insistent about the fact that we do not work for candidates. We work for boards, and that is a unique distinction, and it's important because and I commit to boards when I do searches. In 2 years, I'm not going to come to a candidate that does a good job and tap them on the shoulder to go somewhere else. That's not fair to you, and it cheats our students. And I know not in this community, but I say our students because they are our students, no matter what our role is and where we are. So the timeline, I think you're at a really great period relative to timeline. The candidate process is roughly 8 to 12 weeks. The unique thing about the period we're in now is we are right before CSBA. And so I'm going to be at CSBA. And so we know by being there, we're going to connect with good candidates and be able to talk to those candidates, right, and be able to interview unofficially potential candidates that may align to your criteria. So this is our process. Oh my gosh, I'm getting old. I'm going to hit on the big bullet points because I really want to get time for feedback. But the way we maintain our consistency with keeping candidates in place is throughout the process, focusing on a couple big areas, right? In the very beginning, it's focusing on the criteria. So spending time with the board to talk about what do you want in your next leader, and being very intentional and specific about looking at your goals and your vision and aligning that goal and vision with what criteria and what things are important to make sure that your next leader has those experiences. I also say to boards that don't get too restrictive in the beginning, right? You may want that person to have a laundry list of things for your next leader, right? But think of this like a funnel, right? So you keep the funnel wide open and bring as many candidates as you want, and then as we start screening candidates, then you can remove people. But a lot of people say, I want this person to have 5 years in the classroom, I want them to be a principal, I want them to have this and this and this and all these laundry lists of things. And then you've closed off potential candidates that would interview that will never interview because you said they must have this or prefer to have this. Do this. Let us weed out what you don't want later, but keep it open. Obviously, I would say a district of your complexity, someone that's had cabinet level experience would be something that I would say you would want to have in your next superintendent at the bare minimum, right? But keeping an intentional piece of being open like this, and then letting us do that hard work of weeding those out. So in phase one, we talk about the timeline. I think you have a great opportunity to get a year earlier than most boards. I only know of 2 districts in this Southern California area that are looking right now that have announced, so I think you're ahead of a lot of groups. In phase 2, and I think this is part of the transparency and engaging people, is meeting with your education partners. And I don't mean having a town hall meeting where you have, people, probably the majority of people that are here that would show up to the meeting. I mean being very, very specific with having each of your bargaining units has a session with just their group. You would meet with your site leaders. Maybe you want to break down if you have business communities, if you have a foundation. You identify those very specific groups that have a different voice that you want to get their feedback. And we all ask them the same 4 things. What's good about the community? What's good about the district? What are the challenges, obstacles, concerns you have and that next leader should be aware of before accepting the opportunity? And then the 4th one is, what are the characteristics, traits you want in your next leader? We do all those in individual group sessions, then we also put it online in any language you want. And we leave it open for 3 weeks to a month, and have that all compiled in a document that we tell the board, we suggest to the board, put it online. That's another transparency piece, right? Put it online, have copies made, give them out to your community, but share this information with your community because it's part of engaging and making your community a part of your process so your new leader has buy-in. And I'll hold that piece of why it's also important later, but it will come important later when you do your goal setting. So we also give it to candidates, because then candidates are aware of what's happening in the district and what they're hearing, not just from my perspective, but from the community's perspective. We don't change anything unless there's some colorful language used in some of our feedback, right? But outside of that, we just keep it the same because we want the community, and especially our candidates, to not have any surprises. In phase 3, we do reference checks. Once we get a search, we start trying to identify potential candidates right away because we have your criteria, and we start that process. We get references from candidates of who they should call, but no one puts a reference that isn't going to say great things about them, right? So we do what we call a 3D process, that we talk to that person that they gave us, and then we ask that person, who else should we contact? We talk to that person, and then we ask that person, who else should we contact? So we go 3 deep with those people. The only time we don't talk to someone is if the candidate says, and it's early in the process, you can't talk to my board because I'm not a finalist yet, and I don't want them to know I'm looking. That's probably the only exclusion. But once they get that finalist piece, we get to talk to everybody because we don't want the board to be surprised. And we do all the things that you would do, online reference checks, our own network of people that we know because of our relationship, and Julie as a superintendent and me as a board member. We also check, you'd be surprised how many people don't just do a Google search on someone, and the stuff you find out there is unbelievable. But all those things that we can do to make sure that your community is not surprised, because the first thing that's going to happen when you announce your new leader, what's your community going to do? They're going to Google that person. Your bargaining unit is going to call their friends and colleagues in that other district to find out what's the truth, right? So we do all those things ahead of time, so there's no surprises. In phase 4 is where we take, so let's say you get 25 candidates that meet your criteria, then we'll come to you with what we call a short list to try to narrow those 25. We'll narrow those 25. We'll probably get more than that. We'll take that, let's say 25 that are qualified, and then narrow that down to 8 to 10 people that we think meet and adhere to your criteria. And then we have a session with the board to say, from that 8 to 10, who do you want to interview? And I recommend between 3 and 5 people at the most. Usually it turns out to be 4. That's usually what happens between 3 and 5, right, is 4. So this next piece I'm going to talk about isn't required, but I recommend it, especially if you want community engagement, is to have a community panel. Now, you'll hear from some groups that a community panel will limit the candidates that you'll have apply. I've never seen that happen, where candidates don't apply. And let me tell you what a community panel is. It's a group where the board says, we want this group not to rank candidates, because that would mean they are telling you who to hire. It means if the board chooses, you get a community panel that says, here's what we saw as the strengths, or the areas of opportunity with a candidate, if any. And they interview the same time the board does. So during that interview session, candidate A will interview the board, candidate B would do the panel, they would switch, and then your other candidates. So that process works really well because they all sign letters of confidentiality. We usually recommend for the panel that you have one representation from each of your bargaining units. Each board member picks somebody that they trust to be on that panel, and then sometimes boards pick maybe a retired board member or someone else that's influential, that's kind of thoughtful, insightful, that would serve on that community well. As I said, it's not a required process, but I find most boards do that. And the other thing that it does, it's another way to reinforce the board as being transparent. But I also reinforce they are not telling you who to hire, right? They're giving you information. So as much information as the board can have when you're making your decision, the better, right? Because it's about gaining information. So you've gotten, what I forgot to mention is when you do your short list to determine who's going to be interviewed is we do a video of the candidates too. So when you're deciding on who to look at, we all know that a superintendent can be in front of a camera like that. And so understanding how they look on paper, because you have the paper documentation, you have the videos that are part of the process. If you choose to do a panel, you have your insights on what you saw in the interview, you have the panel's insights, and then you have the background information of your candidates as well. And then the board, the board has an interview. Usually, most cases, if we do 4 candidates, it's a day. And we say pick a Saturday so candidates aren't taking off from work. You pick a location to do it. You interview all 4 candidates. And usually, in most cases, even if things get passionate and intense, boards come to a decision of who they want as their next leader. And so I think your timeline is good. The other thing that is part of our process is that within 60 to 90 days of hiring that new leader, we come within board and do a goal-setting session. So making sure that there is alignment with your new leader and this board, right? So talking about what the current goals are, talking about what your vision is, talking about what your mission is, and still saying, are we still all on the same page of where we want to move? And then when your new leader takes over and you do that first evaluation, you're very clear the 2 or 3 things, not the 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, but the 2 or 3 things, right, that you want your new leader to work on. If for any reason your leader leaves within a 2-year period, even if it's 1 year and 364 days, they stay and they leave, we come back and do that search at no cost to the district or the community. That's how confident we are in what we do. Questions? I'll stop talking because I can go on forever, but any questions from the board?
Any questions? Do you support like a visit to the final candidates district? Is that part of the?
We can do that. I've seen, we can do that. I'll just give you my honest opinion. I don't know how much value it has because the things that you're looking for relative to insights on that person, we would have done those already, but we have no problem with doing a site visit. Where some boards just like doing, they just like walking around and talking to the community, and it's a fine process. We can make that happen. And it's part of it too, if you want to do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me just comment, Mr. President, about the process too, because, and I didn't articulate this well, we don't have a cookie cutter approach to our process. So without getting into some details, we don't ever recommend that we just have a list of questions that the board ask the candidates. We have other things that we can include in addition to that, like presentations or other things that will help you get insight into the candidates. So some people interview really well, and that can be great, but it also can be a detriment. And so there's a variety of scenarios and things that we can have you do during that process that will get you, it will enable you to see different aspects of the candidates, because I think that's important.
Just for the fun of it, have you ever had to do a 2-year guarantee?
I never have, no. Yeah, no.
Anyone else have a question or comment?
Okay.
All right.
No. No?
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Would the board like to take a 10-minute break? Okay. And it's 9 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Just Wayne.
One people that, oh, you ate one too?
No, I've been good. All right, it's 9:17, and we are resuming the board meeting, and we are on item 10, approval of selected firm to conduct superintendent search. So would any trustee like to lead us off with input they found meaningful, or it's kind of a free discussion?
So I'll go ahead and start. In the overall big picture, they were all relatively close. They all do relatively the same things. They're all relatively about the same amount of money. I felt one group was more polished than the other two in their delivery of their presentation. I had one group that grew as the more they talked, the more they grew, and the more value I saw in them. And I know by the last one, I was tired of people talking at me, and I was losing focus. So I'm pretty much at a toss-up between education leadership and leadership associates. I'm pretty much a dead draw. If I had to choose, it would be education leadership, but not by much.
Okay, anyone else want to chime in? I guess that'll be me. Well, I did like Education Leadership Services presentation. It was okay. Mr. Johnson's presentation, I wrote a note here. I didn't want to hear about the country's problems in finding quality superintendents. It was too negative to start. Now, Leadership Associates, I really like the idea of the validation. I thought that worked wonders when we selected Superintendent Larson Everson, when Trustee Scott and President Kermode and I drove down to Bellflower, and kind of like was talked about by Leadership Associates, we met with groups for roughly 25 minutes apiece, and that was very valuable. And then having the finalists come back up here, I think that's a great idea. And give all our groups, at least, I don't know about the citizen groups, but definitely the administrators, the teachers, and the classified folks getting to meet the finalists. And I think it'd be, that perspective would be great for us to, hopefully it would go positively and we could offer a contract. But I also liked Leadership's success rate in California. They focus on California. They know what the LCAP is, the budget, the politics. And something they did that the other two didn't, they had pictures of their support staff. And, oh, that was Serena. I emailed her. She was really good at returning emails in a timely manner. Just putting a face to the name, for me, was beneficial. And I mentioned this a few meetings ago, but Dr. Cavazos is extremely well respected in this county. And you saw they had the Sierra Sands superintendent, who incidentally did a major presentation at the trustee dinner a couple weeks ago. And then there's also Panama Buena Vista and Bakersfield City. So they know us, they know the county, and I think it'd be beneficial to go with Leadership Associates. Trustee Napier, you ready?
Yeah, I'll echo a couple of those comments. Leadership Associates, with their focus on California, I recognize that, some would say, well, that limits their pool. I actually think it's the opposite. I think California has a lot to offer. I recognize over the last 4 or 5 years, California has been a very difficult place to be a superintendent. Our current superintendent can attest to that as far as the restrictions that have been put on her in numerous ways, but the fact that they focus their attention to, as local as possible in California, I really enjoyed that idea. Mr. Ben Johnson, I did not see within their presentation any Kern County districts that they've dealt with. I also did not see that within Education Leadership Services either. Again, maybe I'm missing it, but nothing stood out to me. I think local matters. I think like President Kaminsky said, having people who understand, there is connection there. Arvin, Dr. Cavazos was in Arvin and, right there local, we're right up the street from her. She understands kind of who we are and our demographic. So yeah, I liked that a lot. I like their conversation about the leadership development aspect, that they have kind of a leadership school. I don't think she called it that exactly, but I think there's tremendous value in that there's a candidate pool that there's people currently working today that have the interest in growing and developing their leadership skills, and maybe they can pull from that. So yeah, I'm with President Kaminsky on Leadership Associates.
I like that they would have a lot of help with Deanna. They're the ones that have the people you could reach out like you were talking to, and that would be a lot of support for you, because I think a lot of it does fall on your shoulders, trying to coordinate. But if you've got some extra help there, I think that would be really helpful to us, to get this out to us. It's a good thing. And I like their presentation also. I like that they were local. And their list of people that they have, it's pretty impressive.
Trustee Cooper.
Well, I kind of like the rest of you, I saw all of them have positive qualities. But I think the leadership associates probably stuck out most to me. One, like you said, they have the associates doing most of the grunt work, but they do have the leadership development, which is a rarity these days. Most people say, well, you've got it, go with it. I kind of like the way they do that. And I did like the fact that he told me that most of the school districts in the state are small districts. So they've worked with a lot of small districts. So.
Any other questions? Any comments from the audience? Ms. Bowman.
That was yummy salad. So I was listening to all three, and bless them for coming up here to do that, right? I was impressed with the first two presentations very much. I liked the second. I don't remember their names. Is it educational? It's Blanca's one. All right. The local one. I was impressed with the local one. I like that idea of transparency. They talked about that a lot, and that's important to our members. It's important to our leadership. I also like the idea that they're willing to incorporate stakeholders, and we're an important part of the process. It can't just be coming just from the board. There has to be input from everybody. We have to all work together to make this successful and to help this superintendent become successful. And finally, I like the fact that not only will Deanna be supported, but the superintendent will be supported as well. Because walking into a new position, any position is hard, but walking into that position is really, really hard. And so I like the second group. That was the one I liked the best. So.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience? Any other comments? Seeing none, I need a motion. Let me ask Vice President Kelly if he's been swayed.
Yeah, like I said earlier, they were relatively close, so I'm okay with. I think it's a good, solid choice for Leadership Associates.
Thank you. So I need a motion to accept the proposal from Leadership Associates to be the search firm for our next permanent superintendent.
Make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Napier and seconded by Vice President Kelly to contract with Leadership Associates to be the search firm for our next permanent superintendent. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We now move to item 12, approval of amendment to employment contract, job title superintendent. And I'll read the rationale. The Brown Act requires the board to orally report a summary of a recommendation for final action on salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for local agency executives, which includes superintendents. The oral report must be made prior to taking final action on the compensation in open session at the same meeting where the final action is taken. For CalSTRS purposes, it is important to document that the off-schedule payment percentage is the same as that provided to teachers, so you will see some language related to CalSTRS in the second bullet point below for that purpose. The following are proposed talking points. The next item for consideration is the proposed amendment to the employment contract for the superintendent. The proposed Fourth Amendment only calls for a one-time off-schedule payment equal to 2% of Superintendent Larson Everson's base annual salary. This one-time off-schedule payment percentage is the same as that granted to the district's certificated bargaining unit, which comprises a majority of the CalSTRS members in the district. And before I ask for a motion, so this Fourth Amendment to Contract of Employment, the Fourth Amendment modifies the contract of employment entered into by the governing board of the Tehachapi Unified School District of Kern County, California, board or district, and Stacy Larson Everson, superintendent, on or about September 14th, 2021, the contract. Pursuant to its action duly taken in open session at a regular public board meeting on November 12th, 2024, the parties agree as follows. Superintendent shall receive a one-time off-schedule payment equal to 2% of her base annual salary. This off-schedule payment percentage is the same as that granted to district's certificated bargaining unit comprising a majority of the CalSTRS members in the district. Except as modified in this Fourth Amendment, an initial amendment adopted on December 14th, 2021, a second amendment adopted on May 9th, 2023, and a third amendment adopted on May 24th, 2024, the contract remains in full force and effect. This Fourth Amendment is executed at Tehachapi, Kern County, California. So I'd have a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Clerk Wood and seconded by Trustee Cooper that the board approve the Fourth Amendment to Contract of Employment Superintendent as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 13, the part when we were building the agenda, number 13 wasn't on there in the superintendent's draft, and she asked if there was anything else. And I said yes. Recognition of superintendent service. And in her way. She doesn't want a big fuss, but we won't make a big fuss. And I'm going to apologize. This was the wrong last meeting to have. It would have been nice if it was a 1 hour, 2 hour meeting and not 4.5 hours in, but it is what it is. And we do want to recognize her service. You heard the search firms talk about, 3 to 5 years, what have you, 2.5 now. And she was here 5.5 years. And that's, boy, I have to go back, I don't know when the last superintendent that served that long.
Mr. Ashworth.
Yeah, Mr. Ashworth.
During
probably.
COVID, it's like dog years. During COVID, every year counts as 7.
So that, and I want to, after I'm done, anybody, board member or audience member wants to say something, please do. But she brings up COVID, and she was only in the job 9 months and had to deal with that. And I thought she did an outstanding job dealing with it. And I'm just going to, we haven't yet. We're going to renew. On the consent agenda is renewal of the Capturing Kids' Hearts, and that really is an example of how she cares for kids. She knew they needed something, social emotional learning, and she brought Capturing Kids' Hearts. It was when I voted, and I think I can speak for the board, it's an easy vote. And students are number one in her heart, and we, as a district, need to be eternally grateful for that, because it doesn't always happen that way. So with that, I'll leave it open to anybody else that wants to speak.
One of the things we overlook, besides COVID, which we want to overlook, was our redistricting. I think that was, I know it was a period of growth for me. I know the superintendent was there to sometimes hold my hand and sometimes slap me across the face to make sure I understood what I was trying to understand. But it has been a great ride, and we are so thankful.
Mr. Intezari, then Mrs. Bailey.
Oh, I was gonna, okay, fine. A lot of people have a lot to say, and I know the timing, it's late. So just a big, on behalf of a lot of the people here that you've dedicated a lot of hours, lots and lots of hours on the phone, anytime, weekend, holiday, just thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. They can all give you their personal speeches at another time.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
I was going to prepare something, and then I didn't have time, and I'm not good at public speaking, especially without something prepared. But I just want to say thank you to Stacy. I've worked with her since fall of 2019, is that right? Which is a long time. And she's been 100% available to me as a principal, and to me, she embodies what leadership is about. We make a lot of tough decisions, and people don't have all the information when we make them necessarily, but she has integrity. And to me, that means she does the right thing and not the easy thing. And she's helped me to do that and to have the courage to do that. And I've just learned a great deal from her, so I'm just going to take that with me. She's always said, just do the next right thing, and sounds simple, but sometimes it's super hard. So that's the legacy that you leave with me, so thank you.
Anyone else? I don't want to leave anybody out that wishes to speak. And some of you may want to do yours in private. That's totally understandable.
I'm
Clerk
just
Wood.
going to miss sitting next to her and kicking her under the table.
Was that me kicking you or you kicking me?
I don't know.
I didn't know your legs were that long. That's a long.
Well, I'll put my 2 cents in. But it's actually worth several dollars, because a few people you meet along the way, they're, in it for themselves. people who argue they want to win, but what I've seen is Tracy does what the old preacher that married us told us to do. She said, when troubles come, or he said, you're going to get hot. Well, back off, cool off, compromise, and continue. And that's what I've seen in her, and I appreciate her friendship.
Anyone else? All right, it's time for a little recognition.
Appreciate everybody, appreciate all the comments, sentiments, and the thoughtfulness of the board to make the last meeting memorable.
And with that, cupcakes and waters, and don't take too long. And we're taking a 10-minute 10 minutes out for reception. It is 9:50 and we're resuming the board meeting. And we are making a slight change to the agenda. I was unaware we had a person here waiting to make a presentation. So having found that out, we're moving item 17 in business, number 8. Approval of the RFP number 2425-01 award for facilities master planning services to Teeter Architects and Engineers. Mr. Antazari.
And just for clarification, there isn't necessarily a presentation, but we'll just get started. So the district is recommending awarding the proposal related to RFP number 2425-01 for facilities master planning services to Teeter Architects and Engineers. Teeter distinguished itself with extensive experience in rural school districts, a thorough phased planning approach, and strong stakeholder engagement strategies. Their work with similar districts such as McFarland and Bishop Unified demonstrated to us that they understand the unique needs of Tehachapi Unified. Although Teeter's bid of $184,275 is higher than the other proposals, their approach included essential steps like a comprehensive needs assessment, equity study, and community feedback phases. The Facilities Advisory Committee reviewed and unanimously recommended Teeter's proposal to bring before you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Katie Angevine from Teeter to introduce the firm, not present.
Good evening. Thank you on behalf of Teeter and myself for allowing me to be here this evening and for moving me up on the agenda. Teeter is a firm with over 45 years of extensive experience within the K-12 public sector facility master planning services, as well as architecture and engineering. So on behalf of myself and my entire team, I would really like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to partner with you as we do look at your facilities master plan and how we want to move forward as partners as you continue to improve your facilities. So thank you.
You're located in Bakersfield?
Yes.
Okay.
I
I assume that, but I would just
Yes,
wanted to.
we have 5 offices throughout the Central Valley. I am local to Bakersfield. Robert Thornton, who is the principal architect on the project, is located in Fresno, but spends probably 75% of his time in Bakersfield.
Gotcha, okay. Any questions or comments from the board?
I have one. So the process from here, so timeline, you guys get started now. When should we expect to see presentations, or what kind of, are you, obviously the committee is appointed by the board, but the recommendations for the board to approve. Do you begin to gather input from the board as far as what we're looking for, or are you just taking it as a blank slate to say, hey, we're just going to assess it and bring it to you later, or how's that going to work?
So my understanding is that there is a kickoff meeting on Thursday where we will gather and begin that process. So once we have the fully executed agreement, we will sit down with the end user groups, with the board, and with everybody that is going to be involved. And then we'll walk through that process where we're going to work with the educators, we'll work with the community members, with you as the board to ensure that we are meeting the needs of all of the user groups to make sure that it's a win-win situation for everyone.
Okay. Similar to the, you weren't in here for the superintendent consultant process, but that stakeholder aspect is super important because what we don't want is loudest voice to win. You know,
Right.
there are some loud voices in our community for specific things, so
Yes.
we need to understand that it's broad.
Absolutely.
Broad picture here, and I just want to make sure that you guys provide us data to consider along the way, so we don't end up with a master plan at the end and we're like, whoa, that's not the direction the board was looking to go.
Absolutely. And that is one thing that I would say really does distinguish Teeter is our multiple years, 45 years of doing facility master plans. We've worked with all different kinds of end user groups and school districts. So we definitely do understand that. And that is why you are hiring us. We will meet with all of the groups. We will hear all of the groups. We will make sure that we follow the direction of the board and where the district is headed.
All right, because the primary intent of the Facility Advisory Committee that we started a year-ish ago was for a comprehensive group to provide recommendations to the board that are looking at all aspects of the district, right? It's not just a new football field, and it's not just a performing arts center. We have teachers here that are like, a couple years ago, they were like, we don't have air conditionings at work, right? So they had to get portable air conditioning.
Right.
Like that's crucial for the success of our staff
Absolutely.
and our students. So we need to be looking at big picture here, but also down to the details. So yeah, I just want to make sure that the board is fully aware of the guidance that you're given, not just, hey, get rolling, and 6 months from now we get a full, nice, pretty packet that doesn't necessarily align with the board.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Either for this young lady or Mr. Intezari? Seeing none,
Thank you.
do I have a motion for the board to approve the RFP number 2425-01 award for facilities master planning services to Teeter Architects and Engineers as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
There's motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve the RFP number 2425-01 award for facilities master planning services to Teeter Architects and Engineers as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Seems odd to now get to the consent agenda. Oh, I have public comments. Item 14, public comments. Anyone wishing to make a public comment? Now we can go to item 15, consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Does any board member wish to pull anything off the consent agenda for further discussion? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It is motion by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Clerk Wood to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Superintendent, approval of annual organizational meeting of school boards.
Thank you. Sorry, give me a minute here. In accordance with the Education Code 35143, the board is required to hold the annual organizational meeting within a 15-day period, commencing on December 13th, 2024, and concluding on December 27th, 2024. So as we've mentioned this concept previously, the board has moved the regular meeting to December 17th to accommodate also the organizational meeting on that same date. And that's the date that is proposed this evening for your approval. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion to approve the annual organizational meeting of school boards as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
Is motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approve the annual organizational meeting of school boards as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 2, first read, governing board regular meeting calendar for 2025. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. This is an information and first read item only, and it is the proposed board meeting calendar for regular meetings for the year 2025. We would intend to bring this item back at the next regular meeting for the board's vote. And the calendar, if you take a look at it, you'll see that it notes 2 meetings for the month of June and 2 meetings for the month of August, as that has been our tradition and pattern to help with the LCAP and budget procedures at the end of the year, and then the hiring process at the start of the new school year.
Any questions or comments from the board? I have an issue with November 11th. It's going to have to be a different, I don't know, week before, week after. There's no election next year, so I don't think December 9th needs to be moved necessarily, but for everything for people to ponder, board members to ponder, and come back in December.
We can take a stab at it and bring a revised version back at the regular meeting and go from there.
Isn't November 11th Veterans Day?
Yes, that's why I was bringing it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you check 2025?
Yeah, it is. It's always the 11th.
It's always November 11th.
11.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming we
That's
shouldn't
true. That's
have a meeting
true.
on a holiday.
Yeah, and it's just, it's hard to break the pattern of the second Tuesday of the month, right? Except when we have to.
Yeah, and you know,
And that's one of them.
we have to.
We have to. Yeah, I think people want to enjoy their 3-day weekend or 4-day weekend
Yeah,
or
I'm sure.
Veterans Day regardless, right? Without being here. So we'll make a note of that, and Deanna and I will work together to revise that.
Okay, thank you. And number 3, approval of board policies. Superintendent.
All of these policies have been presented previously as a first read on October 10th at that regular board meeting, and they're now being brought forward this evening as action items for the board to consider. And all of these adjustments have been made based on the recommendations from the California School Boards Association. What we do when we get the recommended changes from CSBA is we divide them up amongst our cabinet team, and they start with the person who leads that work. So if they're items related to fiscal, then they're going to go first to Mr. Intezari, and he's going to review them. If they go to curriculum and instruction, Mrs. Paxton is going to review them first, et cetera. And then once that person, lead person, has looked at them, then they circulate through the rest of our team before we bring them to you. And of course, if we have questions that relate to legal matters, then we consult with legal counsel to see if there's something that should be adjusted specifically. But in general, these are to benefit the district and protect the district going forward and keep the district current with the changing, ever-changing legal climate that's out there and education code.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for the superintendent? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the board policies as presented?
Cooper motions.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approve the board policies as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 4, approval of the October 30th, 2024 tentative agreement for a successor agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employee Association, Chapter 466. Superintendent Larson-Everson.
Thank you. TUSD and CSEA met at the table on October 29th. On that same date, the teams came to an agreement on the financials and some minor adjustments to contract language. CSEA elected to contribute 0.5% to the district's contribution to health and welfare, lowering that portion of the contribution for employees. They ratified through a membership vote last Friday. And the tentative agreement is now being presented for the board's final approval within those parameters that I just detailed. I do want to mention that the CSEA leadership and bargaining team members have been outstanding partners throughout the process. I think we were able to work this through this year in just that one day because of the ongoing dialogue, us meeting monthly and staying abreast of the issues that each group is trying to address. So I really want to thank them for their leadership and partnership as well. And hopefully the board will pass this forward.
All right, any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve the October 30th, 2024 tentative agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employee Association, Chapter 466, as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board do approve the October 30th, 2024 tentative agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employee Association, Chapter 466. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 5, approval of the October 30th, 2024 tentative agreement for Articles 3, 4, 5, and 8 between Tehachapi Unified School District and Tehachapi Association of Teachers. Superintendent Larson-Emerson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. TUSD and Tehachapi Association of Teachers met at the table on October 30th, 2024, and came to an agreement on that date. With regard to compensation, the proposed agreement includes an ongoing 0.5% salary schedule increase and a 2% one-time off-schedule payment. And there is no change in health and welfare contributions for TAT. The members voted and ratified this proposed agreement on last Friday. And as I mentioned with CSEA, the leadership from Tehachapi Association of Teachers, the bargaining team, it's truly been a partnership, very collaborative. Again, I think we were able to set the record of one day. And I'm still giggling over it because it was just, it was amazing that we got done in one day. But I attribute that to the very trusting relationship that we have, the ongoing dialogue, the openness, and the desire to work together and have a positive outcome. And really appreciate all the contributions from the TAT team. So it's without reservation that I wholeheartedly recommend this, as I did with CSEA, for the board's approval this evening.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion that the board approve the October 30th, 2024 tentative agreement for Articles 3, 4, 5, and 8 between Tehachapi Unified School District and the Tehachapi Association of Teachers?
Kelly, make the motion.
Cooper seconds.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the October 30th, 2024 tentative agreement for Articles 3, 4, 5, and 8 between Tehachapi Unified School District and the Tehachapi Association of Teachers as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And number 6, approval of resolution number NOV 24, Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management, supervisory, and confidential employees. Superintendent Larson-Emerson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky, and I'm going to go ahead and state on the record that those administrators that are still here after this item, I think that they probably need to go home and get some rest because they've got, hooray, yes, they've got early school tomorrow. So the Tehachapi Unified School District administrative team is proposing salary schedule increases for management and confidential staff following successful negotiations with the Tehachapi Association of Teachers and the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 466. The proposal for management and confidential employees identically mirrors the 0.5% salary increase and 2% off-schedule one-time payment that was offered to the other bargaining groups. And this resolution that is presented to the board this evening memorializes the district's request to provide comparable increases to management and confidential employees.
All right, and as I did a year ago, I'm going to read the resolution, even though we're short on time, out of respect to the administrators and confidential employees and management. Whereas the Tehachapi Unified School District's management, supervisory, and confidential employees are not members of a bargaining unit, and whereas pursuant to Board Policy 4151, the salary schedules for staff who are not a part of a bargaining unit are determined by the Board of Education at the recommendation of the superintendent or designee. And whereas on October 30th, 2024, the district entered into a tentative agreement with the Teachers Association of Tehachapi, whereby the parties agreed to increase the negotiated salary schedules by 0.5% retroactive to July 1st, 2024, and a one-time off-schedule payment of 2% of the unit members' 2024-2025 annual base salary. And whereas on October 29th, 2024, the district entered into a tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and its chapter 466, whereby the parties agreed to a total compensation package commensurate with TAT. And now therefore be it resolved that effectively July 1st, 2024, the attached management, supervisory, and confidential salary schedules shall be increased by 0.5%. Be it further resolved that all management, supervisory, and confidential employees employed by the district as of the date this resolution is approved shall receive a one-time off-schedule payment in the amount of 2% of the employee's 2024-2025 annual base salary. Do I have a motion for this approval?
Kelly, make the motion.
Cooper, seconds.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved resolution number 01-NOV24, Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management and confidential employees as presented. And this is a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Superintendent. And now, Mr. Intezari. Number one, approval of Proposition 28, Arts and Music Plan disbursements.
Thank you very much, President Kaminsky. This item is a follow-up to the first read from the June 11, 2024 regular board meeting where this presentation was provided, indicating how the $576,006 in Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools funding would be allocated to each site to support arts and music across our schools. This funding was just outlined and includes a minimum requirement of at least 80% be spent on salaries. At the elementary level, we use these funds to share a music teacher as well as an art teacher. At the secondary level, it supports full-time music directors and additional art courses. We request the board's formal approval to proceed with the plan, ensuring that we continue to enhance our students' educational experience in alignment with Proposition 28. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve Proposition 28 Arts and Music Plan disbursements as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Cooper, seconds.
It was motioned by Clerk Wood, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve Proposition 28 Arts and Music Plan disbursements as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 2, approval of the Kern Family Health Care School Wellness Grant Program application. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. We're seeking approval for the Kern Family Healthcare School Wellness Grant application that was submitted by Golden Hills Elementary, requesting $42,000 to enhance wellness initiatives at the school. This grant, if awarded, would fund critical areas including additional mental health support, physical activity, and social emotional learning resources. We appreciate the board's support in advancing this application.
Any questions or comments from the board? Principal Bailey, after this vote, I really hope you guys get, this is great that you, the school put in for this. Is there a motion for the board to approve the Kern Family Health Care School Wellness Grant Program application?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the Kern Family Health Care School Wellness Grant Program application. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 3, approval of the agreement between Emergis Healthcare Staffing and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district is requesting approval for an agreement with Emergis Healthcare Staffing to provide specialized healthcare personnel to our district on an as-needed basis to ensure we have access to qualified state-compliant staff to cover unforeseen circumstances in areas like special education and school health services. While availability may vary, the efforts would be between the hourly rates of $70 to $125 an hour, funded by the resources allocated to special education for professional services. We appreciate your consideration for this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Emergis Healthcare Staffing and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Cooper seconds.
This is motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approve the agreement between Emergis Healthcare Staffing and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 4, approval of the agreement between Dynamic Education Services and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district is seeking approval for an agreement with Dynamic Education Services to provide an independent education evaluation for a specific student. The services include speech and language assessment for up to $3,250 and additional services with a budget not to exceed an additional $9,500, which brings this to a grand total of not to exceed $12,750 funded through the special education budget for professional services. The terms of the agreement run through December 31, 2026. For the educational services portion, we seek your approval for this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve the agreement between Dynamic Education Services and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Cooper seconds.
It was motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the agreement between Dynamic Education Services and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 5, approval of the agreement between Kern County Superintendent of Schools and Tehachapi Unified School District AVID Coordinator. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district is seeking approval for an agreement with Kern County Superintendent of Schools to fund the AVID Coordinator Program for Tehachapi Unified. This agreement allows for the transfer of $5,000 from the district's resources allocated to instructional services to be transferred to the county because they can take our money like that. This funding would directly assist coordinating AVID activities, which are essential for supporting college readiness and academic success, and we'd appreciate your consideration for this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Kern County Superintendent of Schools and Tehachapi Unified School District AVID Coordinator?
Cooper motions.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper and seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Kern County Superintendent of Schools and Tehachapi Unified School District AVID Coordinator. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 6, approval of the agreement between Alberto Miranda, Sci-D, and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district seeking approval for an agreement with Dr. Alberto Miranda to provide a psychoeducational independent education evaluation for a specific student. Dr. Miranda will conduct a thorough assessment, provide a written report, present findings to the student's IEP team as required by the agreement and IDEA, Individual Disabilities Education Act. The total cost for the service is not to exceed $7,000, funded through the budget allocated to special education for these services. We seek your approval for this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Alberto Miranda, Sci-D, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Clerk Wood, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Alberto Miranda and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 7, approval of the agreement between Michelle Moore, AT/AC Specialist, Speech Language Pathologist, and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district is requesting approval for an agreement with Michelle Moore, an assistive technology and augmentative communication specialist, as well as speech-language pathologist to support our special education program. Ms. Moore will provide specialized evaluations and consultation services to address unique communication needs of our students. This agreement is funded through the special education budget for professional services and has a total not to exceed of $8,500, and we appreciate your consideration.
Any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Alberto, I'm sorry. I didn't click on it. Come on, there we go. between Michelle Moore, ATAC Specialist Speech Language Pathologist, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented.
Cooper motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Michelle Moore, ATAC Specialist, Speech Language Pathologist, and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We've done number 8. Number 9, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete, Tehachapi High School. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Tehachapi High School would like to declare the broken desk surplus and dispose of it properly. We seek your approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? We need a motion to approve the declaring of certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tehachapi High School.
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
It's motioned by Clerk Wood, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approve of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tehachapi High School. Roll call vote, Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Mrs. Paxton, information item, request for secondary extended field learning experiences.
Okay, just one item tonight. Per Board Policy 6153, all field trips which extend 100 miles or more beyond the boundaries of the school district must be approved by the superintendent. The following upcoming extended field trip learning experiences are listed for the board's information and have been approved by the Tehachapi Unified School District Superintendent. We have Tehachapi High School's cross-country team to visit Mount St. Antonio College for athletic contests in Walnut, California on October 25th. Tehachapi High School's FFA members to the Kern Inyo section opening closing contest at Bakersfield College in Bakersfield, California on November 1st. Tehachapi High School art students to tour the California Institute of the Arts in Valencia, California on November 1st. Jacobson Middle School 7th grade incentive trip to the Los Angeles Zoo on December 2nd. Tehachapi High School CTE classes to tour the Broad Museum in Los Angeles on December 4th. Tehachapi CTE drama students to visit the Pantages Theater in Los Angeles on December 5th to see Wicked. Tehachapi High School mathletes teams to attend mathlete competitions on October 30th at Silver Valley High School in Yermo. December 9th at Boron High School in Boron. February 19th at Silver Valley High School in Yermo. March 12th at Desert High School on Edwards Air Force Base. April 2nd at Bishop Union High School in Bishop, California. And finally, Tehachapi High School's THEMA classes to visit the Kern County Career Expo at the Career and Technical Education Center in Bakersfield on April 4th, 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Personnel, Dr. Romero. Item 1, information item, teaching assignment monitoring outcomes, TAMO, data report for the 2022-2023 school year.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. So the purpose of giving you TAMO data is it wasn't available during the last SARC report that Mrs. Paxton usually does because the data wasn't available by CDE. So it's our obligation now to report what that data would have looked like had it been available, that it gets pre-populated into the SARC report. So the chart that was attached shows you the breakdown. The website that I included in the board notes does explain how the calculations are derived. It's pretty complicated, especially when it gets at the secondary level, because one assignment can count 2 or 3 or multiple times under different criteria. Even though everyone that was assigned during this year did have a permit that was issued by CTC that allowed them to be teaching, CDE doesn't recognize them as credentialed unless they have an absolute clear credential. So CTC says yes, CDE says no. So they're always tend to be conflicting. So that's what that report does. In your board notes, I was able to break it down by how many at each school site. I do want to remind the board, this was only 1 year after coming back from COVID, so we were still struggling to find fully credentialed teachers. So we did have a high number of permit teachers. Also during this time, we found out many of our CTE teachers, they're not required to go through a formal program where they have to do student teaching, and that usually comes with an ELL authorization. So a lot of them were still completing that ELL process authorization that's different than what your traditional teaching program does. So that also really increased those numbers at THS in particular.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, we'll move on to number 2, approval of revised job description for autism specialists, moderate, severe, SKIA paraprofessionals. Dr. Romero.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. So at the last board meeting, you received the draft of the job description that we are proposing to be changed. As it was shared at that at that meeting, we feel to include these other specialists under that job description would lend itself more to duties that they are already fulfilling. The only duties that they're not fulfilling is having that ABA certification. I worked this out with CSCA. We agreed on a plan as far as how much time we would allow them. And of course, we would also leave it at the discretion of the employees. We might have some employees that say, I don't want to do that. So we agreed that if they declined to move up under this job description, that we would keep them at their current job description, but with the same rate. So not this rate, their current rate. So we did allow that because we never want to force an employee into a new category if they feel that they just can't meet that job description because we're changing the job expectation.
Any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion for the board to approve the revised job description for autism specialists, moderate, severe, SKIA professionals as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Cooper, seconds.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the revised job description for autism specialists, moderate, severe, SKIA paraprofessionals. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 3, approval of provisional internship permit, PIP, for the 2024-2025 school year, mild, moderate, Jones Farnsworth. Dr. Romero.
Okay, pursuant to Education Code 44225, the district has the ability to hire a teacher credentialing candidate as outlined under this provision under a PIP. We had a teacher whose credential expired that didn't get to fulfill those requirements, so that left an opening. We moved another teacher into that position because the caseload was at higher need, which then opened up this new position and reshuffling. So we're happy to report that we did find someone. This happens to be, and I always like to get our classified to promote up and help them pursue. So Mrs. Farnsworth is actually the Golden Hills librarian that has a passion to go into teaching. So she interviewed we felt there's a lot of really good potential there with mentoring, and she's gonna start her program in January if this goes through. So we're really excited to see her growth in that.
Having been acquainted with her, that's great, just great. And any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion for the board to approve the provisional internship permit, mild, moderate, as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Cooper, second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the provisional internship permit, mild moderate, as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Romero.
Thank you.
Item 20, future items. I think we have enough on our plate.
Come on, let's put some more on.
Launch, is there a launch?
There is.
There is, since Ms. Markison has been sent on her way, Dr.
Thank you,
Romero
Dr.
will
Romero.
go ahead and read it.
Okay, we all know this fine fella in his sweater. All right, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. I won't sing it, it's actually a song.
That's a Billy Joel song, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Romero. And as we said at the very beginning of the meeting, a few hours ago, item 23 is number 1, it was removed. And so now we are all the way down to item 26, adjournment. And at 10:31, we are adjourned.